Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was looking at my stream preview and I was like, this looks kind of wonk. What's going on? It's tearing. And then I realized, yep, I never set my oh, that's not good. I never set it to um back to 60 FPS after streaming Monsters and Memories. Let's see. This pet he is not a max level pet. He's hitting for 35. So I'm not even going to bother buffing him. And I was going to say the believer is going to come. Let me see if I can get him ST'd. There we go. That's what I think of you, believer. Look at that. We're getting better. Let's throw Call of Bones up so I can get some sweet mana back. And he's about to be un-ST'd, but that's why we're just going to re-ST him. And the pet is almost dead, actually. Okay, now he broke, or he will break his ST as soon as he can hit him. There we go. Ooh, that's bad. He's trying to get some nukes and stuff off on my pet. We're going to watch. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, we're going to try to interrupt his casts with ST. Oh no, I casted the wrong spell. I think we'll just do the whole, like, you just nuke him till he's dead thing. Hopefully I have the mana to do it. Actually, I don't. That's not good. Wonder how we're going to skin this cat. We need to get a root on him. And yeah, thanks for that, buddy. Just dropped a nuke on me. We're gonna do some root rotting. Hopefully root holds. That's what we really need to have happen. Since he murked our pet. Look at him. Look at our little showdown going on here. Oh, there's a goo. We don't want that. We don't want that goo, so we're gonna come all the way back over here. I feel like EQ is just running. It's like running weird. It could just be me. Okay, I really need him rooted. Ouch. Actually, you know what? We're gonna like feign him because this kind of sucks. That's like frustrating, but we were in a really bad spot. I mean, look at our health and our mana. To be fair, I was not being careful at all trying to get through that over to the other side of that to start camping. So what I should have done was like pulled them out one at a time. But I was kind of like, yeah, I just want to run through the middle and see what happens, which now we know. Total laziness on my part. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at something, trying to figure out why. It just seems like EQ, it does this to me once in a while. Oh, that was cool. I could like see through the wall. There's just times where it just acts a little bit weird. And I've played this game enough to where like when it's acting weird, I know that it's acting weird. Like there, I don't think the refresh rate should be 144. It should be synced with my 60. Everything should be running 60. But it's weird because I can't change it. Why can't I change it? I don't want to change the mode because I don't really know what I just clicked. Yeah, it just looks a little off, but anyway, I'm not gonna let it like ruin my night. What do we need to do? We need to summon yet another pet. I need some better music too. This music I'm listening to is like awful. It's bringing me down. I've been really liking Persona music here for the last probably 2 years. I don't actually really like Persona per se as a game. Yes, I did that on purpose. I think it's okay, but I really like the music. It's so upbeat and like cheery. I prefer Shin Megami Tensei over Persona. Let's see. But I acknowledge that the music in Persona is better than the music in SMT. Let's see. I got pretty good reception on my video. I mean, it's only like probably 180 views or whatever, but I'll take it. You know, I'm a small time creator here, so what are you hitting for? Let's see. What is the verdict? Will Libtic live or die? I see a 32. I see a 37. Well, oh wait, that was yeah, that's him. Okay, we'll keep him. We'll keep Libtic, even though he's not technically a max level. So that means he can get a buff. I would like to get a vampiric curse up on him as well before he dies. The way vampiric curse is, you're not actually actively draining their health. It's like a little bit of an illusion. It's an optical illusion. So they get a dot on them that drains that like causes their health to go down, and you get a buff on you that causes your health to go up, but it's not like one is dependent on the other. So I could cast that on him with him having 1% life, and as long as I get this buff up, I'm going to be regenerating health for the next like 45 seconds. The more you know. Mmm, that's some good coffee. It's all nice and deep. It's a deep roast. Oh, goodness. Yeah, you can see there, it's like it's still going, which is pretty cool. I get my life up about 25%, so it's good stuff. We're gonna need a lot more mana to go kill that believer. We might be able to get by the believer though. Do we want to risk it? There he is, that jerk. I just can't believe I'm at 33% to 42. And I have not been actively trying to get any experience. Okay, there he goes. Let's go. Oh, what's he doing? So one of my viewers, Neutral Rockets, posted in the Discord that he had gotten his like 7th rank Necro skull cap, and it was like he had to go to down near to get it. But he posted something like, "But I uh for some reason knew my way through there. Oh, that's weird. Okay, we can't stand here and admire it, but like the way the fire smoke clipped through was kind of strange. Then we give a little augment death here to libtick, just to get him moving a little bit quicker. And then we'll try to get, oh, I do have the mana. Good. Get another vampiric curse on the goo. And what am I looking at? There is Belgaven is in here. Belgaven is pretty much a staple in down there. He comes down here just to make some money. That dude has saved my behind, so I want to give him a proper shout out here on stream, which I think I have already once, but yeah, he saved me. Okay, we got a follower. Who's up in the room? Coerced Penkeeper. Lame. Let's just get a little bit of mana before we're gonna need a lot of bit of mana to do this, because there's probably gonna be 3 mobs that come, so. I I guess they brought in some groups to do some like low level item hunting. I said, stop telling them about this place. No, it's all good. It's just kind of neat. Actually, he walked out, so the issue with this is we get you to just like, can you get angry at me, please? There we go. I want to pull you out though. There we go. I actually feel like that's a little bit close. I want to bring him a little bit further back. Oh, he's rooted. Whoops. We'll be fine. Let's give some health to our pet here. This guy's actually hitting kind of hard. Usually if you're just proactive about keeping health on your pet, he does okay. So I've got my end parse up. It's right here on my screen. You guys just can't see it. That tells me how long I have on each heal. Because this is a heal over time, this Shadow Compact. It goes like 5 or 6 ticks, something like that. Oh, we got a Smoldering Goo. Actually, I want to pull you back. I don't want that Clyde joining the fight. And I should go start a timer now, because that is my 21-minute spawn there, the Coerced Penkeeper. I like how he died right there. Let's see. Something I haven't done on stream in a while is this. Whoops. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. The little zoomy feature. But if I hover over other things, you can see it gets kind of crazy. Sorry about that. Hey, I'm Kevin. What's up? Welcome back to the stream. Oh, shoot. My pet's almost dead. There we go. We helped him out. Let's have him sit down. Sorry if I'm breathing kind of heavy. I had a really intense workout earlier. Probably the hardest workout I have done since I started this training cycle. What is the goblin doing? I don't know. He's let's just say I wanted to pose him in a way that would make a statement to my enemies. No, I think Libtic actually, that was his handiwork. He really wants to prove himself to me because he knows with the click of a button with the reclaim energy spell here that I can drain him of his life force. So he's really gunning for the position right now. He knows that he's got about 4 hours here of grinding with me, and he doesn't want to get fired early. Let's see, can I make it 4 hours? I could probably make it 4 hours. It's 8. Oh, that'll be putting me out to midnight. Maybe 3 hours. Because I have a lot to do tomorrow. But I did make a pot of coffee. I was showing off my coffee cup here. I got this in Croatia. It's pretty fancy. Yeah, it is really cool. The town I went to was really touristy, kind of like seaside resort town. So we're just kind of replenishing Libtic's life here, and we can turn on High Corpse Looted for the night. I'm jamming out to some Persona tracks. Later on in the stream, I think I'll have to look and see if it's sanitized or whatever. I don't want to accidentally show my, like, I might bring it up in an incognito window or something. I want to buy a mic. So I'm not going to go through the whole purchase process on stream because that would be very dumb. But I want to look at them and see what you guys think. Ultimately, I'll make the decision myself. But I have one mic that I just have to remember what the name of it is. That's probably what I'm going to go with. Okay, we'll start grabbing the skins. Why not? I don't want mic advice from you. Are you rocking? Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. Get him. Are you rocking the headset mic like me? Yeah, so I have an idea for a video, and it's essentially an idea that I had a long time ago that I was like wanting to pass to essentially like a video game journalist to be like, hey, I think this would make a great story. And this was before I was really like making content. And now that I am making content, I'm like, why would I pass this story to somebody else? When it is like, it is truly to me, it fits the theme of the channel perfectly. And I think it's a really cool story. So I want to do that story myself. But I'm not going to, it's about an individual, it's about a person. And hopefully that person still plays this specific game and it's not EQ, but it is like an MMO. And hopefully they still play because the whole idea is Zezima. No, the whole idea is it kind of goes back to the video I made about digital media preservation, which did great. It got a grand total of 56 views, but essentially we have these aging internet games. We have this aging population of gamers who played these games when they were young and are now old because it has been what 25 years since EQ came out, and then MUDs were 10, 15, 20 years prior to that. So if you're talking somebody who played a MUD when they were 18, if they were 18 in let's just say 1982, I think was around when MUDs first started. That puts them being born in 1964. They are now like 60 years old, which is when people start to develop health problems and things like that, usually. And depending on how well they've taken care of themselves and all like that, they may be actually passing away. And that's just natural, and I understand it. I want to help preserve this like classic era of MMOs and preserve information about it that is essentially it's going to die with the players. Like these stories about, playing these MUDs and playing old school EQ predate YouTube, they predate video game journalism, and if we don't start preserving some of these stories, they're just going to go away. They're going to die with the players. So I don't want that to happen with this specific story. And rather than pass it off to like massively OP and hope they like make a story about it, I want to do it myself. Because I actually feel really strongly about this. So I've already started putting some feelers out there with some people that I want to interview for this video. However, I don't want to do this video with this dinky headset mic. I want to do it justice. Like, I want this to be something that people later on. I'm not like, oh, it's going to get 1 million views. I'm going to be famous. That's not it. It's no, this is something I feel strongly about that people who care about these older games and these older communities can look back on and go, oh, that's really neat. I think you'd do a better job because you care about it. That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, they would make it for views or whatever, and that's not the point. So it's more about preservation. So plus balancing this mic's audio is miserable. Like I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of insider baseball here. If you go listen to my latest Monsters and Memories video, you'll notice like the first word of my voiceover sounds quieter than the others because it was really, really hard for me to like balance that audio. And it just kind of sucked. And I want to have nice, clean audio because I do care about the topics that I'm covering. So all things in good time, but the whole project, everything that I've been doing, whether it's YouTube or here on Twitch, like has been coming together really well. I started in again because I've twitched on and off since like 2012 technically. My very first stream was like an extremely choppy Diablo 2 stream. My computer barely could run the game and the streaming software at the same time. It was like bad. And that was back in 2012. But since I've started actually really dedicating to content creation and investing in it, that was about 3 to 4 months ago. Things have been going pretty well. I don't know what most streamers use nowadays, but back when I was more active on Twitch years ago, lots were using Blue Yetis. So my girlfriend has a Blue Yeti that she's let me borrow, and it's a condenser mic. And the issue with it is it picks up everything in a radius. Condenser mics are good if you want to pick up all the audio that happens in a room. I don't want that to happen because this laptop in front of me sounds like a freaking spaceship taking off. Like if I didn't have filters on the mic, you guys would hear a hissing, and if you go back to my oldest YouTube videos, you'll hear it. Luckily, I figured out a way to tune this mic to basically get the most mileage out of it that I can to make it sound the best that I can so that you guys aren't miserable. Like, no one would want to be in the stream with that. It sounded terrible. So I'm going to get a directional mic because that'll face towards me and it won't pick up the audio behind me. And eventually this laptop will not be my streaming computer. It's all temporary as I continue to work on infrastructure and getting all the pieces in place. But yeah, I'm gonna get a directional mic for the time being because a mic is a lot cheaper than a computer. Could I go drop all the money I needed to right now to buy a computer and a mic and all that? Yes, but I like to piecemeal things. That way, I'm always worried about like, well, what happens if this or that happens and I need to go spend, a month in my hometown because my mom got sick or whatever, and now I'm like, crap, I shouldn't have spent 5 grand on a computer and a mic and other stuff because now I need to spend 5 grand going home or whatever. So I'm trying not to like brick my savings here to set basically set up my hobbies because that's just not wise. And I've been doing some investing and things like that as well. So, in fact, I'm gonna check on that right now. Because I should have had another investment post today, but it didn't. But it looks like my overall uh, position has gone up, which is good. Ooh, yeah, real good. That's nice. Ooh, I feel like I can't catch my breath. My back is so tight. Probably here in a minute, I'm gonna go take my contacts out. I got some new glasses coming today. I ordered a new pair of glasses. And gonna look fresh. Yeah, so fresh and also so clean. I'm also gonna start up a spreadsheet here uh, to try to gather some data on these spawns, because why not? Yeah, so fresh and so clean. And I got the new chat box here, and I'm gonna play with that too. I'm gonna do it on stream because that way it'll. I wanted to stream tonight. I didn't want to spend all night like messing with chat boxes and things like that. So you'll probably see that kind of get tweaked as we go. The idea is I show one message at a time, and I've got them fading after 30 seconds. So, and then this is a little bit more appealing versus having this giant box up here eating up real estate on the screen. Fine with either? Yeah. I appreciate you guys. You guys are so supportive. Honestly, like I was expecting a lot more trolling on my videos, and I haven't seen that, and I'm very grateful. The Monsters and Memories community is definitely a good community. I'll catch like a dislike here and there, but I figure you can't make everybody happy. My overall goal with my videos is not to make like something that is um like one thing I can't stand is like clickbait titles and things like that. I'll kind of try to inspire some curiosity with some titles. But like I'll give you an example. There was a YouTube short that got suggested to me that said you won't believe this. And it was showing a PlayStation 2 like one of these like a video game case or whatever. And it was like the black label versus the red label. And the whole premise of the short was the red labels were greatest hits, which we should probably most of us who played PS2 know. And they printed the manual in black and white. Like that I was like your video is titled You Won't Believe This, but the whole what am I not supposed to believe that they printed it in black and white to save some money? Like what? I was like, seriously? Those kind of titles just they irk me. Clickbait, anything just irks me. Yeah, you won't believe this, but anyone who played a PS2 knows it, and anyone who didn't is going to be like, huh, that makes sense. And I thought it was going to be kind of more along the lines of I saw one YouTube short where it was talking about the fact that you could put, like, I think Game Boy Advance games into the GameCube in the bottom. And that was, like, more appropriate for something that says, like, you won't believe this. Because I didn't know that, and a lot of people don't know that. But, like, they printed the label in black and white, or the manual in black and white. You won't believe it. Like, what? What? Get out of here. Trying to think what's the rare I have. Oh, you know what I haven't? I just got attacked, but they got my view exactly. And I kind of wonder too, like Do they even if I downvote or whatever or click dislike, does it still show like engagement? So it's like whether you like something or dislike, it doesn't matter. Because I definitely disliked that video. But yeah, that's kind of the whole thing with clickbait is like you can do something kind of crappy like that and you're still going to get views. But there was like 200,000 positive like thumbs ups on that video and I was like, "Seriously? Who's thumbs upping this?" Any engagement is good, but it probably messes with the algorithm. Yeah, there's like I think there was a troll on my channel who went through and they thumbs down like a ton of my videos. But I kind of got the feeling it was like a single person because a lot of my videos had 100% thumbs ups. And then all of a sudden one day like somebody thumbs down like 5 of them. And I was like, "Dang, what did I do?" I'm not going to lose sleep over it because like I said, you're not going to please everybody. Probably shouldn't even be talking about it here. It's just going to encourage people to do it, but whatever. I've gotten a lot of really good supportive, like this is a comment I just got 38 minutes ago. "Thanks for the video. Glad you had a good time during the test and look forward to seeing more of your videos in the future." Like those kind of comments encourage me. I'm actually going to respond to that. Because I'm not going to lie, I was like toying with the idea of not having the intro to that video that I made. It is a little bit cheesy. It's like kind of starts out like Super Mario 64. Um, and so I was like, I want to do something to kind of catch people's interest right off the bat. But then when I published it after that, like the next day, I was like, I wonder if that was a good idea or not versus just starting the video normally. But I wanted to do something a little bit different. The next thing I want to learn is how to animate things inside DaVinci. I want to draw like a MMO family tree, and I want to have the camera like panning across that. So I want the tree like animating in real time. So like here's one box and then it splits off into these two boxes, and while the boxes are like materializing, I want the camera panning across it. I have no idea how long that's going to take me to figure out how to do though. But I feel like that's kind of the next level of video editing. Because right now I'm good at like finding clips, laying clips over with music, transitioning between clips. But what I really want is to be able to tell like a very engaging story with like a lot more animation. I'll get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Let's see. We should be seeing a spawn here very shortly. You see that done with timelines and a lot in videos. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. It's not anything novel. I just want to know how to do it myself. And then eventually I want to get to the point where I can truly innovate and actually come up with something new that you don't see a lot in videos. Because right now I'm doing essentially like 2010 YouTube. Like my skills just aren't there yet. Okay, let's go to our Excel. We got a Revenant. Let me type that in. Perfect time for me right now. Hopefully perfect. Hopefully Jibtick defends me. I'm gonna park myself back in this corner. And let's see, can I park? Where can I park? There we go. I'm gonna go take my contacts out. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it. I'm not gonna go to a BRB screen, so if I die, you guys can watch and laugh at me. But I'll be right back. Okay, I'm still alive. That's cool. I actually kind of had a freak out moment because I couldn't find my glasses, which is always good to figure out after you take your contacts out. And just in time for this goo. I like it when Libtic is punching the air towards me, but he's actually hitting the guy behind him. Yeah, he was kind of angry at me. He knows that I don't approve of what he did to that goblin's corpse, even though I understand his motives. So he was lashing out a little bit. Skeleton pets, they're kind of like teenagers. You know, you just let them have their little moments, and they generally do what you ask them to do. They just lash out a little bit. That was a productive AFK. I rolled my back as well, so I can like try to feel a little bit less constricted here. Cause yeah, I did a really intense cardio workout a little bit ago. That's also why I'm like sniffling because anytime I work out outdoors here, my allergies just go insane. But I'm too dedicated to like not work out outside because the kind of workouts that I do, you can't really do it on a treadmill. It would totally wreck my shins and my ankles to run as fast as I do on a treadmill. Send him back to the Shadow Realm. It's tempting to try to get a max level pet. What's the weather like? It is really cold at night. Not really cold. It's cold at night and hot during the day. And the pollen is out of control. So like today while I was running, it was like 80 degrees, but now it's probably down in the 50s. It is categorically the desert. I really like how on Monsters and Memories you get the harm shield at like level 8. I like how they make you get keystone or cornerstone like abilities earlier. It's 39 here right now and it's actually warmer than it's been. So it was oh yeah, that's right. You're in the upper like northeast, right? That is pretty cold up there from what I understand. New York, yeah. No, I'm about on the opposite corner of the country from you. I can spit and hit Mexico from my house. Almost. It has its ups and downs here. Overall, I would say I like it. I like mountains, and there's the Southwest has a lot of mountains. I've looked at living in Colorado because of the mountains there. The Southwest is just about the only part of the country I haven't been. You know, up until 4 or 5 years ago, I was the same way. Like I'd been there, but very just kind of briefly. Like I think when I was a youngster, my parents, not I think, I remember my parents taking us to Disneyland and we drove like through Las Vegas and I never imagined actually living in Las Vegas. And then that happened just kind of out of the blue because of the military. But I'd always lived in like the southeast or Texas. And now I feel like I've lived pretty much from the west coast to the east coast. I'm not quite on the west coast, but pretty close. But it's funny you mention that because for me, the one part of the country that I've never even really set foot in is the Northeast. Like, I think the farthest up I've gone is Pennsylvania and not very far into Pennsylvania. I lived in Virginia at one point a long time ago. So if you missed it on the last stream, we calculated that this would take approximately 35 hours. So we shall see. I would say I'm probably on hour 18. Let's see. I have 3 hours on that one, 2 hours on that one. Actually, I may only be on like hour 10 to 12. It just feels like 18. You better believe it. Yeah, these believers. Can't stand them. Also, Belgavin is down here, the bard. I was talking about him last night and how he farms this zone, and then speak of the devil, today he's in here. He's really cool though. Like I let him know I was down here doing the crusader camp, and he was like, "Okay, I'll stick to floors 1 and 2. Go see what the overseer's doing." I know what the overseer's doing. He's sitting on a permanent state of go, a perpetual state of readiness to just absolutely murder anything that comes near him. He is not to be trifled with. He knocked my socks off the first time I came down here. I have yet to go as far in there to see him, but I don't actually plan to, so maybe we'll come back when we're level 50 or 60 and we'll kill him. He like chain casts a harm touch and then chain 20-second stuns. Yeah. It's so disproportionate too for like what he actually has. I don't know if why they planned it that way. So I'm gonna show it here. So he's level 36. So that's like so misleading. You could con him. He's going to con blue to me. And I'm going to think, "Oh, he's not scary." And then he goes on to do a 500 damage cold PBAOE with 30-yard range that it can chain cast, especially when it's low health. And its melee can proc a 20-second stun on a 12-second cooldown. And it literally, this is all it drops. The Crescent Fighting Gloves drop off anything. That's not even special. And the Shattered Kukri, I think, drops off anything down here as well. I feel like I've seen this on other mobs. Oh no, this says there are 2 different versions, both drop from the Overseer. And then here's the whole problem. This quest here is not in P99. So I think it's technically like era congruent or whatever. But so like it makes sense that it's set up this way on P99, but what doesn't make sense to me is why they would not include that quest in the game when they put that monster in the game back in the day. Like what were they thinking? And then let's be real, that item, the Spirit of Golem quest, gives you a coffin with one charge that can summon up like a skeleton. So like I think he's like level 25. Yeah, Nixar skeleton pet that's about level 25. You'd need multiple level 50s to kill him, and the quest is for this right here. For the Crusader's Coffin, which is just a clickable item. And then here's the even bigger kicker. It's just for a Shadow Knight who can already summon their own pet. They can't summon a level 25 pet until they're higher, but still. I don't know why they thought that was like such a good thing to put it on this mob who's like basically a raid boss. Like if I was the first person to do that quest, I would be pissed. Like I got a level 25 skeleton that I can use once. Who is Golan? So I'll show you actually. So as you work your way through Dalnir, you can find these journal entries. I have inventory issues. Let's see. Do I have any Velashuls? Here we go. I think I can just click it. Yeah, so here's this journal entry, and good thing I just set this back up again to zoom. So essentially, you can see if you read these journal entries, they're all like in a first person written from the perspective of Golan, who is a Shadow Knight. And I think there's 3 or 4 that you can find in the zone that tell the story of the zone. And there's one here in the Crusader room. I think there's one over in the where you get the Forge Hammer. Yeah, the monsters behind. So the secret door he's talking about is the one-way door that we go through to get to this room. He talks about the church in there as well, the Clyde church that's over before the one-way door. Talking about the sperm monsters, maybe. Let's see, how long do we have? We have 3 minutes. So I apologize for the multiple breaks. I need to grab, oh shoot. I need to grab something. My allergies are like out of control here. When I saw those for the first time, Swampin' No Hope, I turned around and zoned out. You were like, oh hell no. The ones in Swampin' No Hope are way higher level too than everything else around them. And that's why Swampin' No Hope is such a miserable place to level as a lobby. Because you can be fighting like level 10 mobs, and then you'll get attacked by like a sperm that's level 20. I tried to level out there because I got tired of Field of Bone. Actually, there's a stream on YouTube where I was like out there, and then when I did the skullcap quest, it was miserable as well. Because I think I was trying to find like a level 15 froglock, and I kept running into like level 30 froglocks. And it's just terrifying. There's like not a single safe spot in that zone where a high level doesn't path through all the low level enemies. Level like 5, 6 is miserable for low BXR with no gear. Yeah, I feel like there's a few really slow spots where there's like nothing to kill and you're just like miserable. I felt that way around level 9 or 10 or maybe it's 10 to 11, 10 to 12 somewhere in there. Trying to get from Field of Bone into Kearns solo, where I wasn't quite high enough to solo in Kearns. Everybody else is in there grouping, so it's no big deal for them. It's a Revenant. Boo. Yeah, outside Kearns is not bad. You have to be careful out there though, because it's really easy to accidentally pull something that's higher than you. And if you're a Necro, it's not easy to fear kite in that spot. Because of the amount of like pathing enemies. Okay, so that was another Revenant. We have gone quite a while without seeing the Crusader. I think we saw him once, maybe twice last night. Not ideal. That's why I usually just go into Kearns and let my pet tank, men pet, and undead nuke. So I did hit a point in Kearns where I got really, really efficient and was able to level like really fast. So there was like a really good point around 18 or 19, maybe 20, where I was like just smoking through the levels. But that initial run up just to get in there was tough. This staircase. Exactly. It's like a nice safe spot to pull to. Sorry, I'm struggling with the allergies. But I really wanted to stream for you guys tonight, so that is why I'm here. Sit staircase on the first level just to the right when exactly, yeah, that staircase is a really good spot. You can pull from multiple levels there. And then when I got a little bit higher, I didn't even have to worry about pulling to a safe spot. I could just run through there and kill stuff with my pet. I got something on my face. It's probably tissue. Look, looks like I got it. That's embarrassing. Thank you. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, that's funny. You caught it. You caught it live on camera. Yeah, that's me like struggling with the allergies. I didn't want to call the stream off because I was like, yeah, I plan on streaming Friday night. But yeah, when I run outside here, it like it wrecks me. Like I'll sneeze so many times that my sides start hurting. I wonder what the pollen is here. Yeah, it says it's low. I don't understand it. Like I'm not sick. I don't feel like I have a fever. It could just be that I'm just very sensitive to the pollen that is here. Because I never used to have this problem until I moved to the Southwest. Like when I lived in Florida, oh my gosh, I would go running in Florida for like hours, like literal hours. Like I ran a half marathon one night after work just because I was running and I was like, I feel good. I'm gonna keep going. And then I was like, shoot, I'm almost there. I might as well just finish it. And never once did I like finish running and be like, oh, I feel all like watery eyed and dying. So I don't know. It's just really dusty here, really dry and windy. Well, we're 1 hour in. We've seen 3 spawns. None of them were what we wanted them to be so far. Usually there's something. Oh, there's a goo. Look at Libtic just coming blitzing out of there at the speed of light to defend me. He really wants to keep his job. Didn't seem that way when he was punching me. He's just, he needs to take his medication. That helps level him out. We got him on a better routine now. He's doing better in school. He's so talented. He's so creative. Aren't you, Libtic? Ooh, a peridot. What happens if we go up here? Oh yeah, we can we can see through walls too with this guy. Let's see if we can see the overseer. We can see something over there. Wonder what it is. That might be the room that we always start out in, like the safe spot. Oh, that was nope. That's the room we start out in there. Can I can't click them though. These are like the imprecator rooms over here. And I like to try to pull these goos, but sometimes it says you can't see them, but then other times it does. It completely defies rational logic. Because they'll be under the water and it'll say you can't see him, and then like there I just pulled that one and he was under the water. Unless the hitbox or the line of sight on that rock is just massive. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. And then you'll see sometimes if you watch over here, you'll see enemies like running through there. They're actually clipping from the second floor down to the third and then back up to the second, which is kind of scary for me. One time I had a mob, I was killing it, and it started to run, and it ran over here, and it warped up to the second floor, and I started getting punched by coerced enemies that don't spawn down here. And then that, like, when the pet comes in this room, he, like, drops from the ceiling. It's weird stuff. I love all the bugs and weird quirks with this game, but aggro through the walls and pathing through walls, yeah, me too. Drives me nuts too. The one thing that really, really, like, grinds my gears. You know what grinds my gears? Is enemies that aren't involved in your fight healing the mobs you're fighting through the walls. Like when I was up trying to do the imprecator room, a believer spawned outside the imprecator room. I was already having a really hard time keeping that camp broken without getting run out of there. And then a believer spawned outside, and he just made it like twice as hard because now like every single mob that I'm fighting is getting healed at some point. And the believers, they throw some pretty big heals, like 25-30% of their health. Yeah, I will take it over full on aggro, you're right. I also don't like how when I sit down as a skeleton, it makes the whole camera do this like crazy thing. Yeah, I do that sometimes where you go like this and you can trick it. Yeah, I normally don't play in first person either, but in this area I almost feel like you need to because it's so cramped. I feel more cramped in third person than I do in first person. I play in the title screen more than anything. Oh, like you just look at your characters and you don't actually play anymore? You're like, what should I play today? Or I could sit here and look at these characters while I have YouTube going on a second screen. Oh, you do the face edit trick where you can like see behind you? I don't remember how you do that face. Like they can't seem to. Oh, they've disabled it. That used to be a trick you could do on Project 1999 where you could click that button to see behind you. Oh, there's a keybind for it still. That's funny. You have it set to T. That's so smart. Yeah, you can just tap it. I need to do that. I think he just dispelled my haste off my pet. Oh no, he tried to use a stun. Use it all the time, like more than normal view? That's, huh. Might need to look into that. I like it when they get stuck like that. He's like, oh, my back. Oh, outdoors you can use it to see a full 360. Yeah, I do need to figure this out. There's definitely some quirkiness. I looked at Quorum's population before I logged in, and it was at 1,400. So I feel like the hype train is starting to slow down. I'm wondering if people have kind of maxed out their mains, so they hit level 50 and they're just waiting. Because outside of a few items to camp, which are definitely perma-camped on that server, I guarantee it, there's really not much to do at level 50. They when they released this game, I remember reading, like, I can't remember if it was Brad McQuaid or the other guy said basically they had no idea how fast people would grind through this game. Oh, not a lot of things are permacamp because drops and spawns are higher. That makes sense. From like it makes sense from a let's not make this suck perspective, but like not really from a how would this actually have looked perspective. Yeah, EC looks like a strawberry field. That's pretty funny. Everybody rocking full Rubicite on their little on their melees. And not just melees. Rubicites, I think shamans can use it. There's a lot of classes that can use Rubicite. I don't have any pieces. I stopped picking it up. I wish I had a torch so I could give this awesome looking sword to my pet. That class with no torch here fired. I ran out. I've been in here for too long. Look at my bags. I'm looking at my webcam to make sure there's nothing on my face. I apologize. I really wanted to stream tonight. Just trying to balance my allergies with streaming. Let's see. We got 5 minutes on the next one. I can't believe I still have not seen this drop though. Even after 10 or 12 hours, like really? I probably could have camped J boots by now. You couldn't camp J boots or what you couldn't do what? Last time you played green you were trying to camp them? Died, fell asleep after like 12 hours. Yeah, like from that perspective, I can see why they want to up the drop rates on Quorum so that you don't have people putting themselves in those positions. Some moron rooted a Cyclops on me that messaged me saying he was with question marks. I'm Like he was confused. That really stinks. Oh, those were your question marks. That sounds like an EQ moment, though. This game has way more frustrating moments than like almost any other game I've ever played. I can't remember. I think I was on stream. It was upstairs and down near when I was trying to get to the lumpy goo. Oh, it was when I ended up feigning and I was so far back there in the lumpy goo like area. And I ate like 3 harm touches and had to feign, and luckily I got a feign off. And I refused to post the video. I deleted it. I deleted the VOD because I didn't freak out. Like I wasn't like smashing my keyboard, but I was very, very visibly frustrated, and I was like, I don't want this. I don't want this going on my YouTube. Like I am super pissed right now about this. He decided to use his last bit of mana to root the Cyclops right on top of someone who had 0 aggro. His options were like zone it or root it on top of you. That is one of the things about this game that is frustrating, is like how much other players can mess up your experience. Yeah, he could have, if he had that much mana, if he had enough mana to zone or to root, he could have just ran it. Because it's not like Southern Desert of Row. If you were in the South Row camp, is this incredibly dangerous area where if you go and you need to run, you're gonna run into like 25 more mobs. It's not down near. So why not just run them out like a little ways and then root it? Be like, hey, I'm rooting this. Were you AFK when he rooted it on you? Ah, it's a Cly. Why, Cly? Why? All right, let's put it in the books. Cly Evoker. So that was spawn number 4. We might as well start showing the pain here. Let's see. Text. Ignore the giant text for now. That was 4. We'll just go ahead and throw it right down there. Updated the stream info to kind of better illustrate the struggle of what's going on here. I like doing stuff like that. I like tracking the spawns because it just kind of... I noticed that when I was tracking my runs on Diablo 2, it helped me stay focused. Because if you don't have any real frame of reference of like how long you've been doing it, then you don't really know how much longer to expect. So like for example, I was trying to get a ring that took approximately 1500 runs. And it did. It took me like around 1300. And it was good that I knew I had done like 1300 runs, because at that point I was like, okay, I gotta be getting close. Like the numbers are starting to play in my favor. I would go back and try to see like how many spawns I've camped on stream. But I don't feel like trying to figure that out to get an accurate number. That's one thing that is super nice about old school RuneScape. All your kill counts are tracked by the game and client. That's true. Yeah, I remember that, seeing that. I could see just how many fish I had fished. I could see how many fish I had fished. Yeah, I had this routine where I would finish a run on Diablo 2 and then I would immediately alt tab to the Excel and put like a dot in the block just to signify that the run was complete, and then if I did get something good, I would type in like a little bit of extra info. You can track that stuff too, but I meant more so your kill counts for bosses and raids. Yeah, I had like the beefed up client that would do track a bunch of other stuff. The crazy thing to me is I'm at like 38% or 36% towards the next level. That way you can get super sad when you notice you're 3K over the drop rate. Yeah, exactly. Or encouraged because you're like, it's gotta come soon. That's how I try to look at it. The unfortunate thing is I ran the numbers through ChatGPT assuming, and I have no way to prove it, on the assumption that this is a 25% chance to spawn a crusader. And it's like 1 in 100 drop chance. If the numbers on the wiki are to be believed. Which, if I was smart, I would have started tracking this from the beginning, and I could probably put a pretty accurate number into the wiki. Because right now the wiki says, I think, 25% drop rate, which I have a hard time believing. Spectral Crusader. Tattered arm wrappings. Yeah, so here's how it I have a kind of an issue with how it shows the drops on the wiki. So it shows 1 times 25% and then it says 33%. Thing is, I've probably seen this drop way more than 34%, this bronze warhammer. Like, I feel like every time I kill him, or almost every time I kill him, I've seen that. So I don't really believe these numbers. I'm not sure how they arrived at this. I can go to the discussion. The other thing is, like, is this something like the lumpy goo where can he spawn in other places and I'm just not in the right spot? Because the lumpy goo is like that, where like one lumpy spawns this thing and the other lumpy drops this thing. Because I had that issue where I was farming the wrong lumpy for like hours before I looked at the wiki again and was like, oh shoot. I usually go by rare, whatever they have listed. If they're all rare, then it's probably just a crapshoot. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's a crapshoot. I don't think it's accurate by any means. But there's really no other info out there on Google about this item. I don't think I'm not going to say I'm the first and only person to do this, but I would wager to guess very few people have actually camped this specific item. Because there's just no reason to. Unless you're doing something really oddly specific, like I am. And yeah, I would expect that bronze warhammer to be shown in common. But on the wiki, it says the bronze warhammer is rare. But I'm like, dude, I've seen that bronze warhammer probably 15 times. There are probably like 3 logs for this mob. Yeah. I don't know how they get those numbers to begin with. Like, does somebody go camp it for a couple hours and then just report what they got? Because if they got that tattered arm wrapping in a couple hours, I'm extremely jealous. Because that's been my white whale since doing this. A lot of the stuff on the wiki comes from uploaded logs. Hmm. I'm gonna kill this goo out of sheer boredom. Yeah, I feel like this camp just eats hours because I'll look at the clock. Like I'm at an hour and a half now. And I'll be like, where did that hour and a half go? I'm just grateful I can still run with 1,800 gold on me. And I'm also grateful that this is not a hard camp to break. If this was a hard camp to break, I probably wouldn't be doing this. I would probably say I don't need that 30 mana or whatever, however much mana it's going to give me badly enough to sit through this. I am looking forward to being done, though. I wish I had a way to like quickly update this too. I should look into that, see if there's like a counter, like a tally hotkey counter. Oh, there is. Okay. I'll set this up. I'm not gonna do it live on stream, but I'll download this and set it up. Let's see, what virus am I about to download by clicking this? Tracks the auction market prices. They upload the log file. That's for like auctions though. That's funny. I'm looking at the 20 most frequently seen items and I'm like, yep, makes sense. Might be something similar for drops. Yeah, I'm not really like super sure on how they arrive at the conclusion. Or did they just guess? Because it really looks like they just guessed. Because they're saying the bronze warhammer. There's basically they said everything on this guy's loot table drops equally, which I know that factually to be false at this point. Like I'm very safe in that assumption. by virtue of the fact that I've killed him probably 15 times. And this is an awesome coffee cup. I like this thing. I'm gonna have to be super careful with it when I wash it. And I like how it's got the map of uh, Croatia on it. I really want to go back to Croatia. Croatia is a beautiful country, and the people there were awesome. They were like hands down the most friendly Europeans I've ever met. You don't really get that in all of Europe. Some of the places I've been in Europe, like they're like very obviously do not like Americans. But in that place, I was like, no, these people are freaking cool as hell. Like I had to kind of like shoo a dude away. I didn't really shoo him away, but like he found out I was from America, and all he wanted to do was talk about America. And I was like, it was okay for a minute, but then I was like, I just want to do my laundry and get out of here because there was no laundromat in the hotel, so I had to take my laundry like across town. It's so weird, like when you're in a foreign country, just something as simple as doing laundry just becomes this giant chore. Like I had to find a laundromat, park in a parking garage, walk my laundry down to the laundromat, which was in the parking garage. It was like really hard to find. I've been all over Europe, and that's interesting. I didn't know you'd been all over Europe. Was that for work or just for vacation? A lot of Americans don't leave America. Our country is just so big and it's so far from like the rest of the world. I don't say that as like a slight against Americans because some people do. They're like, oh, Americans, they never go anywhere and experience the world. And it's like, yeah, because they have everything, not everything, but they have like a huge country to explore that they don't have to spend thousands of dollars to fly to. Travel right after college with some buddies for about 6 weeks. That's pretty cool. I've been to Europe 2 or 3 times. Let's see. I guess if you count all the times I stopped through, it'd be one, two, three. I lived. I was um like I guess stationed in Europe for 6 months at one point. Four. So like 4 times. Been to Spain, Italy, Bulgaria, Croatia, Albania. Not really. The two countries I've spent the most time in were Italy and Croatia. 50-pound backpack strapped to my back, nothing else, living in house. That sounds so much fun though. That's like character building. And it also helps broaden you. So like while I don't uh trash on Americans for not traveling to Europe, I do wholeheartedly believe that it like helps you develop a better, more holistic perspective when you do get out of the country. Like I don't want to get too political. I'll just say this opinion without saying whether I agree with it or not. Um, it's pretty common among Americans to be like, we live in the best nation on earth. We're the best. We're the best. But they've never gone to another country to like see kind of the pros and cons of those countries. And so it's like, how can you really say like you know that we're the best country? It's like you're just repeating it because you were told that. And don't get me wrong, I think there's good things about America. I'm not a hater, but there's also good things about other countries. We stayed the last night in a hotel in London, and I can't tell you how badly I was ready to go home. I have arguments with my dad about this stuff all the time. I'm really lucky because my dad, he's traveled the world way more than I probably ever will. And so he's probably the one that was telling me at one point, like, hey, there's good things about America, but it's not just as black and white as we're the best, we're the best. My dad is a non-vet though. Yeah, I'd like to think that we're definitely moving towards a more like global perspective because more people are able to travel and see what life is like in other places. Because yeah, I can understand you go to Vietnam, especially at that time, and you're like, ooh. And trust me, I've been to some crappy countries. I've been to like the Horn of Africa, where when I say crappy, I'm not like trashing on the people or like their societies. I'm talking more like their government and how they don't function. So I could see, yeah, he went to Vietnam in the 60s or early 70s. There's like, this place sucks. America is the best. But when you go over to Europe, like, there's pros and cons. It's like, yes, it's beautiful. There's like the food. I will say 100% the food tastes so much better in Europe because they don't allow the same types of ingredients to be used in the food. It's not all as processed. Like they say, if you're going to serve this, it needs to not be full of preservatives. And in some places you pay more. Croatia was kind of cool because it wasn't that expensive. Like I got an artisan burger. So I went to a burger place and it was a um an artisan burger place where a chef had come up with a menu and determined like I want to have a burger that has these ingredients on it, another burger that has this. So I got like a fully decked out artisan burger and fries and a Coke for like $12, which you can't even get that from McDonald's right now here, and it's a crappy burger that is full of God knows what. But like gas is super expensive over there. Oh my gosh. I would fill up my rental car like once every 2 weeks in Sicily, and it would just kill me. It was like $130 to fill up a little economy car, and that was before the prices like really shot up. Like it was painful filling up the car out there. We got a Revenant. At least that wasn't a believer. Cheap for me. The whole cheap for me was cheap as hell. Oh, the whole trip, yeah. So yeah, especially if you were staying in hostels and stuff. Spawn 5. Ugh. Less than 2K for 6 weeks in Europe. That's pretty good. We get paid like a travel allowance while we're overseas, so I've done pretty well with that, in that I can usually live underneath that travel allowance, and then when I come home, I'm able to actually have some money like to put away. Like when I was in Sicily, I was staying in a fully furnished house on the installation. So I had like a stove, pots, pans, a TV, internet, all that stuff was like already taken care of, and it was to the point where I was like, is this legal? Like I feel kind of almost like wrong because the amount of money I was making just being there wasn't like insane. And I actually went to the travel rep and I was like, am I okay to take this money because I kind of feel weird about it? And they were like, yeah, this is the way it's set up. It's working exactly as intended. I was like, oh, okay. But it was nuts because I could buy all my groceries for the week on like $100 and live on that for the week. And then all those other days, I was getting like $100 a day. So the other 6 days of the week, I really wasn't spending that much money. I ended up really needing that money later, so like that helped out huge. But yeah, it was like almost felt like unethical at one point. So now in Europe, I've been to England, Ireland, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy. See, just west to east, Greece, Germany, Czech Republic, Netherlands, Belgium. Those are some good spots. I haven't been to like a third of those. I've never been to the UK or Germany or like the Netherlands, Czech Republic, or Belgium. Those are multiple trips, not all one. Yeah, it's Europe is a good spot. I truly enjoyed my time, even in Sicily, which like where I was at in Sicily was almost like I called it the Alabama of Italy. Uh, it was it's funny because like over there they kind of have their own opinions of Americans and stuff. But like I was in the mall just looking around and I was like, this could just as easily be a mall in America. Like people wearing sweatpants and dirty t-shirts and like, snotty nosed kids and all like the whole 9 yards. I was like, this it looks just like if you were to go to the mall in Alabama or Mississippi. The two countries where we had the most problems were France and Italy. Not shocked. Yeah. Italians, they I don't think they like the Americans very much. And they have a very uh almost like arrogant type from my experience. I'm not trying to like overly stereotype because I met great people in Italy too, don't get me wrong. But I think you kind of until you can prove to them that you're not a giant jerk, they're just gonna assume that you're a giant jerk. That was my experience in Italy. Because they're just I don't know if it's just what they're used to from Americans or what, but until you could kind of gain some baseline level of trust and understanding with them, as soon as they saw you, they were just thinking, this American's going to be loud and annoying. The Italians seemed to dislike us more, but we had far ruder experiences in France. Yeah, the Italians, like, I remember I went into a restaurant that was right next to the base. And I was like, just looking to get lunch because I was hungry. And I walked in there, and there's this old Italian guy. Yep. He's sitting off to the side smoking a cigarette because that's still allowed over there. And I walk up to the counter, and there's no menu. And the lady like comes walking out of the back, and I look at her and I go, "Do you have a menu?" And before she could even say anything, this old Italian dude who was smoking a cigarette, like drinking a coffee or whatever, looks over and he goes, "No menu." And I was like, "Got it." Like I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to make an issue out of this. I'm just going to leave. I don't want to spend my money here anyway, which is so weird cuz it's like don't you want people to spend money there, but yeah, we don't want your money exactly. But that's kind of the that's kind of the attitude that you routinely get, at least where I was at. But at the same time, like there were people that I routinely dealt with that I worked to like build a rapport up with, and they were super awesome. I got yelled at for using the free Wi-Fi outside an apartment complex. How did they even know you were on their Wi-Fi? That's like the crappiest thing about being overseas is you gotta like bum it off Wi-Fi or pay for this really expensive travel plan. I just paid for the travel plan when I went last because I was like, I don't want to deal with this. Some old guy saw us standing there on our phones on the Yep. They the people who worked the hotel, this was during COVID, were like the worst. If one of my guys, because we were supposed to quarantine when we got there, and if one of my guys like went to the smoke pit or whatever, or the smoking area and smoked and didn't just immediately go walk right back to his room, the housekeeping would call our commander. Like it was that bad. And then my commander would call me and be like, "Hey, you got a guy out of his room." And I would go talk to him and I'd be like, "Hey man, what's going on?" And they'd be like, "Dude, I like literally went out there. I smoked a cigarette. I'm going crazy in my room. I smoked a cigarette and walked around a little bit and like talked to a few people and then went back." And I was like, "Yeah, like just do your best not to draw attention to yourself." And I felt so bad for this dude because he got called out like 3 times, and he was a super good kid. Like he wasn't a troublemaker at all. And he was like, after we got back, he's like, "I thought you were gonna think I was a troublemaker the whole time." I was like, "No, man, you're fine. Like this is just people being picky and kind of rude." But the best thing that happened to this kid was like, I got a phone call that he busted glass into his eyeballs and was at the ER. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, like what happened?" And I'm thinking right away, like there's got to be some sort of alcohol involved or something. Like this isn't just a normal like oops. So I go to investigate. Well, one I start calling his phone and I call his direct supervisor and I get a hold of her and I'm like, "Hey, can you have this guy like come to work right away?" Uh, because if you can get a hold of him, like I was like, just find him, because if I need to run up to the ER like to find out where he's at or whatever, we will. So she gets a hold of him within like a minute. It was not long at all. And I'm like, "Hey man, just come over to the hangar so I can talk to you, because I don't want any of this stuff getting like lost in translation, because now we're talking like busted window and all that." And I'm thinking like he's gonna get in trouble because they don't play around with like the service members busting up that hotel. Like if somebody gets drunk and like puts a hole in a wall, they're probably getting sent back to the US. Uh so he comes over to the hangar, and I was like, "Okay, just," and I wasn't freaking out. I wasn't like, "What did you do?" or whatever. I was just like, "Okay, tell me what happened." And I'm looking at him and I'm like trying to get a gauge on that. I'm like, his eyes look fine. And here's what happened. This kid, he's kind of a like spacey a little bit. He put like a water bottle. The hotel was super hot, like for starters. Like the AC wasn't working, so it really sucked for them. He put like a water bottle in the window to hold it open, because the window didn't have one of those arms that you could like keep it open, and it was one of those that swings out, not up. And so he puts like a water bottle, he wedges it in a spot, and he forgot it. So he went to close the window because he was leaving the room. He was trying to be responsible. Like, "I'm going to leave the room. I'm going to shut my window." And he pulled it, and it pushed, the pressure of that water bottle popped the window, just like popped the hinge. It wasn't even damaged. Like, I was kind of like, "Why didn't you just fix it, you bonehead?" Like, but he called the front desk and he was like, "Hey, this window hinge is out." Well, when the front desk people showed up to investigate the window, he was putting his contact lenses in, and he used like the hydrogen peroxide contact solution by accident. So he basically put like straight hydrogen peroxide in his eyes. So now he's trying to explain to a person who doesn't speak like any English what happened to the window, while his eyes are like puffy and red and he's like, "Ah," and he's dying. Um and so he explained it to him and then he left. And that turned into the front desk calling us saying he was at the ER for like he had busted his window and they thought he had gotten glass in his eyes or something. Like it was total telephone game. But it was so funny when I finally got a hold of him and I was like, "What happened?" And he explained it to me and I was like, "Oh my gosh! Like we have nothing better to do. Like we're literally flying combat missions over here, and this is the stuff I'm dealing with." It was like he said, she said, telephone game stuff with the housekeepers. Dumb story, but I've got nothing better to talk about. Fun times in Europe. I actually really enjoyed it over there. It was a good trip. That was the one good thing about that working on that specific aircraft was the trips were like really good spots. All the trips that they could go to minus one were really good. So he didn't confuse peroxide for saline solution. There's a type of saline solution that they sell that you use for like overnighting your lenses that helps like kill off the bad stuff. You're supposed to use that while like the contacts are in the case. And then when you get them out, you're supposed to use the regular stuff to like rinse it so it's not going to kill your eyeballs and you rinse it off with like just regular saline and then you put it in your eye. But he forgot or whatever. He like just maybe got him out and put him directly in his eye, or he forgot which bottle had what, and put the contact in with the hydrogen peroxide all over it. I had a buddy that used to never change. That's scary. That's like you can lose your eyeballs. Don't get me wrong. I try to milk mine for as long as I can, but once they start looking kind of like, ugh, I'm like, nope, I'm not risking this. Usually they rip. His doctor found old ones stuck in his eyes. Oh my gosh. Here's your wake up call. That's gonna be like infection. He used to sleep in. I can never sleep in mine. If I accidentally fall asleep in mine, when I wake up, I feel so like, oh, my eyes feel like glued together. That's so not good. I figure if you can't, because I know some people they have issues getting them in and out, and so their solution is, oh, I'll just never take them out. But I figure if you can't get them out or in, you probably should not use them at all. I used never wore them or glasses, but I used to tell him that can't be good. Yeah, that's like a foreign body just like staying next to your eyeball, which is, I would argue, pretty sensitive to infection. It's not like your skin, like that's just gonna fight off an infection. That's so bad. Oh wow! So I googled this. A bluish mass in a cataract surgeon patient is the largest number of mislaid contact lenses the surgical team has ever seen. She had 27 missing contacts in her eye when she went in for cataract surgery. She had been wearing monthly disposable contact lenses for 35 years but did not attend regular optometrist appointments. That's so like terrifying. I was kind of sitting here wondering like I wonder if I've ever lost one in my eye and it's still in there, but I figure I would know. I've had them go like really far back before. Like I've had it go so far back that I've had to hold my eyeball open and I can look and I can or hold my eyelid open and I can look and I can like barely see it and I start getting kind of scared and I have to like do this thing where I like blink it down to try to like move it down just to be able to get a hold of it. Because I've had one go like almost go rogue where it's like, no, I'm going back in your skull, buddy. You're not getting me out. It's happened probably 2 or 3 times. Pretty sure that is why he went in, because there was discomfort in one of his eyes. Yeah. I think the thing I worry about is I do a lot of hiking and like camping and hiking trips, but I still wear my contacts because I like to have sunglasses when I'm up on a freaking mountain at like 13,000 feet because it just helps protect you and the brightness and all that. And so I bring my contacts with, but I always try to like rinse my hands really good with whatever, I usually bring gallon jugs of water and like rinse, and I bring dish soap to sanitize my hands. But I still sometimes worry about like the sanitary conditions while I'm out there. Maybe there is one back there that I don't know about. If it is, I'm okay with it because I can't feel it. Yeah, I like going to usually the peaks that I go to climb, you can't like drive there, climb the peak, drive back in the same day, so I usually will go up for like 2, 3 days. Drive up, stay the night, get up, climb the peak, come back, stay the night, drive back the next day. Although we did one where we climbed we climbed and drove in the same day. So we drove up there, stayed overnight, got there kind of late because we left after work. Did the climb, came back down, packed up camp, and then drove. And that was pretty rough because like the fatigue from the climb, because it was a difficult it was a difficult climb. I'm gonna show some pictures here because I love this place. Oh yeah, there's a perfect picture. Boundary Peak, Nevada. So this doesn't really show the peak. Well, you can kind of see the peak up there. But the reason why it was such a difficult climb is this is all like loose rock. So you approach from, I think this is the south, and then you kind of climb up in this like this area here, and then you hit this ridge back and ride the ridge back all the way up. But this is all super loose rock, and it's 13,000 feet at the top. Yeah, there's the map. So this is like loose rock all the way up to like here, and then it turns into just regular rocks. It's freaking awesome though. Yeah, you kind of go up this, like, here's the trail here, and then I think you get up to there because you can see the grade is a little bit less right here. But yeah, this stretch here is like a killer on your calves and your quads. So we did that, and then we drove back the same night, and I was just like, we were dog tired. I helped a friend move out to Portland, so we drove out and hit and camped a bunch of national parks. Nice. Which ones? What were the good ones? What were like the high points? Goo. Yeah, it's like it's not really sand, it's like super loose, almost like gravel. Your feet kind of tend to sink into it, and then for every step you take, you're like sliding back. And really the only way to do it effectively is to just like attack it and treat it like it's a cardio. It's not like a hike where you're like, "Oh, this is beautiful and I'm having fun." Like, no, I throw on music and I'm just like going. We got an evoker. Let's screaming terror this fool. I need you to get the goo. Oh wait, the goo died. Was this our... Yeah, this was our... This game is killing me. And then there's another invoker. We'll ST him. The good news is I got time to go to the bathroom now, because I know that once this guy goes down, as long as he doesn't nuke my pet to death. Or me. Root him. Alright, perfect. Good, because I'm squirming here. I will be right back. Alright. I'm back. I'm feeling unburdened. Looked more like, let's see, Yellowstone Glacier National Park. Oh, the Tetons. I love the Tetons. Badlands. I like the Badlands too. Let's see. We need to get rid of bag slots here. These runes are not worth a whole lot. So much junk to sell. We're down to, we've killed off another water slot. So we have 3 milks and 9 waters. I can't believe I'm at 41% towards the level. If I level to 42 here it's before getting these sleeves, that's like sad. Yellowstone was super fun because we went whitewater rafting in a torrential downpour. Ooh, that sounds dangerous. Yeah, it wasn't whitewater, it was chocolate milk rafting. That probably was an indicator of what was going on with that water. Actually, it was probably just an indicator of all the silt and dirt washing into the water. But yeah, it still sounds kind of scary. I love climbing peaks, but there's one thing I will not mess with, and that is caves. I'll like poke my head into a cave and be like, "Oh, what's in here?" But I will not go into a damn cave. If it's like a tourist cave that like they shuffle people through in and out or whatever, then that's one thing. But if it's like, "Hey, I found a cave, let's go in." I'm like, "Nope. Uh-uh." After reading about like the Nutty Putty Cave incident in Utah and all the other caving disasters, I'm just like, that's there. We weren't meant to go in these things. We're not mole people. I think we, as humans, would like duck into them a little bit to get out of the elements, but we weren't meant to go like all the way through it. Plus, what do you get out of going through it? It's not freaking Minecraft. You're not gonna find diamonds. I do not mess around with caves. And then people who cave dive, I'm like, that's just even worse. That's on another level. Went to the Lewis and Clark caverns. If it's like, so if it's a cave where it's like, hey, we have surveyed this cave, we have a route that gets you through it. There are like lights. I'll do that. I'm not. I don't go into a cave and be like, oh, I'm terrified. But if it's so when I'm just climbing peaks or we're out with like one of my buddies has got a 4-wheel drive, um, he'll find caves and he'll go up and like he's smart about it. He doesn't go try to like go all the way through them. But I'm like, hey man, just yell if you need anything. But I'm not going in there. He found one last time we went up to Nevada. And he poked his head in and he said he came running back. I was taking a piss. And I was like, yeah, I'll catch up, man. I'll be up there in a minute. So he went up over the ledge, and before I'd even finished peeing, he was running back down to the truck, and he was like, get in the truck, we gotta go. And I was like, what happened? And he was like, as soon as I poked my head in this cave, a mountain lion stood up and was looking at me, and I was like, oh shit. I don't mess with those either. Those things are nasty. Not for crawling on the ground. Yeah, exactly. That's how that guy got stuck. The Nutty Putty dude. He thought he thought he knew where he was at in the cave, and there was a spot where you have to go down head first, and you got to squeeze through a thing they called the birth canal. But well, he wasn't actually at the birth, and then you drop. So you squeeze through it, and then you drop. He wasn't at the birth canal. He was at a dead end. So he let out all the air in his body to make himself as thin as possible, and then he wedged himself into this thing, and then he took a breath, and as soon as he took a breath, his body expanded to the point where he was now unrecoverably stuck, and he died in there like 30 hours later, upside down. Like he was upside down while people were trying to get him out for 30 hours, and they couldn't get him out because of the angle. He was like, I'll pull up a picture because what else are we gonna do? Wait, I need to do this real quick. We're now on spawn 6, and the last one was another Cly Evoker. Oh, you've heard that one. His buddy must have been happy. I think it was his brother. Yeah, this is it. So he thought he was at the birth canal here, and he literally just went into a dead end. And you can see the angle he's at. There's no like they determined that the only way to get him out would be to break his legs, and they were like, if we break his legs, he is like 100% going to die because of the position that he's in. That is just like insane to me. Yeah, you like crawl into this thing and then like crawl down on your stomach through all these like I'm like, dude, no. Yeah. Oh goodness. That's just ugh. Like I don't even want to look at this anymore. We're getting rid of it. Go away. There was another one, a famous one where a kid, he was like a teenager. He was in a wet cave because you know water gets down to the bottom of caves, kind of like we see here in Dalnir, right? Totally realistic. And he ended up sliding down a ledge, and then he just did this like rocket thing where he just shot right into a spot where he was like his arms were stuck. But luckily it wasn't nearly as bad as that. It took him like 16 hours to get his legs free or get him out. But yeah, that dude put himself in literally the worst spot ever and paid the ultimate price for it. You know what they say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Yeah, that's why I don't mess around with caves. If like I said, if it's well mapped out and you're walking, like if you walk through this thing, you know, I'm not gonna be terrified to go in it. But if it's like that, mm-mm. And then you have the cave divers. I think that's just like taking what these dudes are doing and putting it on a whole nother level that I am definitely not comfortable with. Like I watched one video about a cave diver who was getting the key. There was a cave that was so dangerous to dive that the local dive shop had the only key. They installed like a grate or a gate so that you could not just go down there whenever you wanted to. You had to go check the key out. Because the thing that people don't talk about is when these people go do these things, they're not only putting their own lives at risk, they're putting other people's lives at risk. Because if they mess up, they have to go try to find people to go in there and get you out. So when you go cave diving by yourself in a cave you shouldn't be in, now other people have to risk their own skin to try to get you out. Yeah, this guy didn't check out the key, like basically stole it. I don't know how he worked that, but he was going in there by himself at night and doing his own solo cave dives at night. Ended up getting lost in there. I don't think they ever found him. And all kinds of famous cave divers have gone in to try to recover his body. I'm like, why? Like, I get it, the family wants his body back, but like, is it really worth risking? The family posted like a reward, which I think is unethical. So it was like a well-to-do family, and they could afford to post like a, you know, I don't know how many $1,000 reward if somebody could get his body out. So a bunch of other cave divers were going in trying to get his body out, and I'm like, that's not ethical to post that reward. Because now you're just encouraging other people with money to go do the same thing. Like at some point you got to be pragmatic about it and just be like, yep, my son made a mistake and he paid for it and we miss him dearly, but like his body will need to stay where it's at because otherwise other people are going to be joining him. And then how do you live with that on your conscience? I feel like I'm starting to move very slowly. Yeah, I think that family actually caught some backlash from that, from posting that reward. Oh, it's a believer. I haven't seen one of these in a while. Better believe it. Let's see if I can interrupt his heal. Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, no. I rooted him and then he healed. That did not play out the way I expected. How much do these canines weigh? They weigh 0.2. I'm hanging on to those because I could theoretically go and turn them in for FV faction. I'm up to 14 of them. Yeah, I'm starting to move really slow. I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking I may want to not be here another night without vendoring. Hopefully we just get the sleeves and then we don't have to worry about it. We can just move on. Move on with life. I would 100% leave tonight. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't think I want to try to do another night. I realize I just put 63. Kind of cooking the books there. My water won't hold up. I think the water would hold up another 3 to 4 hours. But then after that, it would be probably pretty much down to nothing. It's kind of funny that I'm in a position where I've been in a dungeon for like a month. not a month of playtime, but this character has not left this dungeon since sometime in like mid-November. Actually, no, I was around Thanksgiving. We'll say 3 weeks. Around Thanksgiving is when I came down here. Then I'll have to commit to the arduous task of organizing my bank, which I don't want to do, but that bank is a mess. It's like the room you don't want to clean or the garage, when you let the garage go for too long and you're like, oh, I got to deal with this. Five minutes on the next spawn. Surely we will get it this time. Who am I calling Shirley? Hopefully the Spectral Crusader that spawns I can call Shirley. Right before I nuke him to death and get my sleeves. So I don't spend my weekend doing this. I'm not going to do this all weekend even if they don't drop. I have some other things I need to do. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Sunday, though, my girlfriend will be at work, so I'll probably stream most of the day Sunday. Not having fun. I'm not gonna say I'm not having fun, but there's more fun to be had. But I think at this point I'm committed to just getting this done. One thing I'm like kind of worried about though is just what if they don't drop here and I'm totally just wasting my time. The wiki says that this Spectral Crusader can spawn in a bunch of different places. I'm looking at Alakazam to see if there's any more like truth to be gleaned from this. I'm looking at a 22-year-old argument. It's funny. I really don't see much. A lot of people are talking about the Green Mist quest on here, not really talking about the actual mob. Yeah, there's really nothing on Alakazam that's other than just saying the known loot is the tattered arm wrappings. And there are two pictures of him, and both pictures are from this spot right here. Nobody makes any mention of the tattered arm wraps because I don't think it's of any consequence to anybody. I don't think I've ever had the wiki just be completely wrong. Yeah, and I have seen the arm wraps have auctions, so it's not like they don't exist. It's just more like what is the actual drop rate and how long realistically will this take? But I haven't seen anything that leads me to believe that this is not where I need to be. Currently, the Crusader is non-KOS. and you can ask him questions. So maybe that's the trick. I just need to get him to spawn, and then I can ask him if he'll drop his sleeves, please. It doesn't really make sense from a lore perspective why he drops this set of sleeves either. Because the tattered grave clothes set drops from its necromancer class armor. But this crusader is, oh jeez, it's a pen keeper. This crusader is a shadow knight. Is he dual wielding? What's going on with his arm? He has like a sword attached to his arm. It's so weird. K9, Fine Steel, then the Sarnak Enforcer, which is junk. Ask him his favorite meal. What do you think it'll be? I'm actually digging the new chat box. I like that it's kind of out of the way. It's with the other chat boxes. Yeah, and the spawn is clearly not on a cycle, so it's not like you're guaranteed to get one every like 4 spawns. And that was spawn number 7. 2.5 hours in. 7 spawns, no crusader. 42% towards 42. Yeah, the idea is we get this piece, we get the face mask from Uwamp, and then we're set to go to Kesora. And then we essentially use Kesora to shoot us up to somewhere in the high 40s. And at that point, probably Karner's Castle will be the next spot. Karner's is really camped though, so we could be getting creative once we're done with Kesora. I should just be grateful that I'm actually getting some experience while I do this. It's not good experience, but it is experience. Yeah, it's like a nice little bonus just to be able to get something. The money too, like we're gonna walk out of here with some good cash. And I think I was sitting on about 3,000 plat. And if I calculated the research costs, my research will be maxed out, and I'll spend about 2,600. So we'll have money left over. Not really sure what to do with my money after that. I'm not worried about buying spells anymore. Let's take a look at the canines. There's a quest called Drolvarg Teeth. You gotta turn it into this guy, Captain Neelith. You turn him in batches of 4 and you get faction. It's actually a decent amount of experience. 4 was, well, that's a halfling druid. He can't really. Actually, I think experience is normalized now, or at least they got rid of the penalties. 20 canines gave 3.5% to a 53. 36 gave 16% to an Ixar Necro. So I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't hang on to these canines sooner because I've been just letting them rot. If I can get in there and feign death and turn them in while I'm feigned, if I had like started saving them as soon as I came to Dalnir, I'd probably have about 100 of them. That could be a good little chunk of experience. As well as some faction with FV, and who knows, maybe I'll eventually be able to go into FV and bank. That'd be kind of funny. Not that I really need to, but just kind of a neat thing to do as a Kunark only Ixar. Especially with the rep boost that will come. Yeah, that's kind of the idea there. Hang on to a bunch of canines and then go turn them all in if I can. I think the thing that's kind of scary is this Captain Neelith is a level 61 warrior. So he's a warrior guild master, so you mess it up, really painful. I wonder if you could almost get him through the wall. There's like a window behind him or something where you could run up to the wall and feign versus trying to but what I'll probably do is as long as there's no see and vis mobs around him, is invis myself, get into a good spot with the shield on me, the uh is it steel skin? That's worth about 300 damage. So that could at least eat a couple of his hits. while I try to feign, but like if he bashes me out of my feign or interrupts my feign, that I don't know. We'll play that by ear. We'll see what happens. I end up losing experience and have a miserable corpse run because of it. I'll probably bind myself somewhere. How many hits do I think I could drink? It says his hits are 143 to 283. So the thing that's scary is like if he quad hits me, I'm like done. And he's a level 61 warrior, so he's like almost guaranteed to quad hit. So yeah, I'm not 100% on if this is executable, but I'll just hang on to the K9s just in case it is. I mean, obviously an XR Necro reported that he turned a bunch in. So I'm thinking there's a way to do it. I'm alone in down near like normal. It's funny when people do come here, I'm like, oh, it's a person. Tell me about the outside world. What has changed? Wonder if anybody's like taken note of me doing this and been like, weird guys in down here again. His name's Mr. Best Friend, but every time we go there, he yells at us. I feel like at this point, I could set up. I should have like traps set up for when other people come in here, and I can like I should be able to announce to them like, "You have entered my domain. The Kalai are my pets. You will pay for this transgression." Keep the yeah. That movie was on in the clinic today while I was doing some medical stuff. I was like, "Oh, look at that. It's Home Alone 2." It has like a very young Rob Schneider in it. Yeah, it has Trump in it too. I think he runs into him in the like the lobby of Trump Tower or something. So weird how that all played out. Like that dude was in like movies and TV shows. Yeah, I don't foresee a the ability to not leave after this camp and not start eating into my money. I'm gonna have a good chunk of change though. I'm already at 240, almost 250 plat here, just in change. 7 minutes on the next spawn. Let's rain dance it. Oh wait, we gotta do it right. We gotta be a skeleton. Actually, maybe that's what we did wrong last time. So we rain danced it last time. Oh my gosh. The XR dance is ridiculous. Cutting edge graphics in 1999. Let's see, I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do 7. 7's a lucky number. Alright, guaranteed spawn now. We blessed it. I just have to wonder, how does the game choose what spawns? What calculation does it go through to even decide whether or not you get the crusader? Because some things are on like a static cycle, and then other things are not. So how does it determine whether or not you get the crusader? And like normally when I come back into this room after having been logged out for a while, the crusader's up. There's also something on the wiki about, or maybe it's not, there's an article out there somewhere that says that they despawn and it will spawn a different enemy after a certain amount of time. That might be worth testing out to see how long does that despawn process take. If it's shorter than 21 minutes, then it would make more sense to camp out there and just watch the spawn and kill the pather that comes through there. That was only the case with day and night cycles. Oh, I see what you're saying, like mobs that only spawn at night versus spawning during the day. Yeah, it's just what I saw in one article that if you leave the placeholder up for long enough, it will despawn and spawn a new one. I think that's worthy of like testing though. Well, the good news is there's a hard cutoff on how long you would test it of 21 minutes, because if it takes more than 21 minutes for it to spawn something else, then you're not going to want to do that anyway, because now it's less efficient than just killing the placeholder. So what I should do is, and maybe I'll do it next time I camp this, which will probably be tomorrow, unless I get really lucky, is just kill him and then wait 21 minutes, and if he doesn't spawn, you miss one spawn because you're waiting instead of killing it. But if it doesn't change within 21 minutes, then I just go back to doing it the way I'm doing it. Leave Crusader up next time and watch him despawn? Why would I do that? Is that like some Old school EQ trick. Just entertaining for the viewers to watch me stare at a mob. I gotta hand it to the viewers, like these guys, like especially the YouTube guys, like they watch this stuff. A handful of them do. Even when I'm doing really boring things, they still watch. So I really appreciate them. Put some augment death back up here on the pet. 1 minute till the spawn. It's gonna be the one. I can feel it. I have hope. There's a nibbler pathing around out there, but I don't want to grab him because the placeholder is gonna spawn here. When it's a Cly, it's just like so uh frustrating because you're like, oh, it's a Cly. Not only did it not spawn the mob I wanted it to, it spawned like the worst type of mob. Oh my gosh. I spoke it into existence. Why did it have to be a Cly? On 8. Bad timing, yep. Ah. What are you gonna do? This is old school EQ in a nutshell. Sitting down here for another eternity. Level solely to 60 and down here. Off the Overseer. Well, I wonder what the highest mob in here is. The Cly is a level 42. I think theoretically you can get experience off of him up to 60. I think. That would be miserably. That would be so bad because you'd have to kill the Overseer to get the Cly to spawn. So you'd be like fighting the Overseer over and over just to get one Cly to spawn to get experience. Very rare. And it's so weird because you gotta kill the Overseer to get this guy to spawn. He's a rare spawn, and this is all he drops. A Wiz 2 HP 11 helmet. And then he used to drop this Necklace of Superiority, which is actually really good. Necklace with a whole bunch of stats, HP, mana, and a bunch of resists. But it does not spawn anymore. Welcome back, Skyless Raven. Sometimes I wish Twitch would actually send the notification. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. I'll say you haven't missed a whole lot except for me just bashing my head against these sandstone walls, hoping for a crusader to spawn. And slowly contemplating why I'm doing this. Also, we are not on spawn 83, we're on spawn 8. Keeps doing that. It keeps changing it. Whenever I hit my hotkey to change to the browser, that's my hotkey is 3. We haven't seen a crusader all night, and I've been at it for 3 hours. So it's been a rough go. Because that's just 8 spawns that I've counted. I've probably done I've probably done over 30 actual spawns. Trying to calculate that right now. It's 10.5 hours in here. Yeah, I would say I've done over 30 spawns. Good things come to those who wait, or so I'm told. At least my allergies are starting to finally die off. I did 8 400-meter sprints today at like 5 minute, maybe 5 minute 50 mile pace with 1-to-1 rest. So it was like a minute or about 1 minute 30 rest. I was running them in about a minute 22, and then I would rest for a minute 30 and repeat that 8 times. When I finished, I was like sneezing and dying. And last week I did 7 of them, and I felt like I had one more in the tank, but I didn't push it. This week I did 8 of them, and that last one was like almost killed me. But I've just stopped listening to myself say, "Don't do it. It's not fun. It's not worth it." Yeah, when I finished the last one, I was like very wobbly. I was like, "Ooh, this is not good." Which reminds me, I need to stretch and probably do some icing here. My shins were feeling pretty beat up. Shins are really hard to stretch though. Probably need to foam roll the shins. I've stopped weightlifting until my race. After that race, then I'll go back to lifting. I really need to start eating a little bit better so I can shed a few more pounds, because more weight means you're slower. I'm not like overweight, but I feel slower because I'm about 8 or 9 pounds heavier this year than I was last year. I used to get shin splints every once in a while in high school. Yeah, shin splints are not fun. Probably one of the most painful injuries, at least that I've had. I used to get them in high school too because I ran cross country in high school. I actually sent my old cross country coach like a thank you email and found out she's living in Panama now and runs on the beach in Panama. She's like 70 years old now. And I thought that was really cool. Ran track. I ran track a little bit, but mainly cross country. I would run the 2 mile in track and then the 3.1, the 5K in cross country. Yeah, it did seem like some tracks were like worse than others. The track that I'm running on right now is not terrible, but it does do some damage. He's trying to heal, but we're gonna interrupt him. There we go. I think he's trying again. Nope, he ran. If anybody needs necro spells, let me know because I've got so many words. I've got the research skill to back it up too, so yeah, I'm at 125. I just give away spells at this point. I used to make them and sell them because they vendor for like 15 plat a piece. But at this point, I've made pretty good money, so I'm actually not super worried about my plat stack. So I just try to give them away. $10 on the spawn. I think the trick is not being optimistic. I've been optimistic on every spawn at this point, so now I'm gonna start being dejected, and hopefully that fixes it. All right, I've had enough of this place. Here it comes. What you mean had enough of down near? I suppose at some point I do need to balance like the viewership as well. Like uh if it's just not entertaining for the viewers, like how long do I keep it up? You guys encourage me to continue. I'm just joking. I played old school RuneScape. This is nothing. No, I mean I know you're joking. Um it is definitely something to consider though. Then again, people watched a dude grind to level 99 in the reactor on stream on Final Fantasy VII, so could be worse. I'm also not sitting here glued to the screen. Yeah, that's totally fine. Huh, that Nibbler's came into the room. Ooh. Golden pendant, that's worth some money. What do I get rid of? I feel like the good luck charms aren't doing anything for me. I'm gonna get rid of one of them. You know what? That was a cursed clover. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe you don't want a cursed clover. You're gonna end up taking money off this guy to fund an alt. That's actually the idea. I'll probably it won't be like a crazy amount. I'm not gonna be like fungi money, but there'll be money to go to EC and scoop up some like decent starter gear. I've got no other projects planned after this one. The one I want to do, I don't know if I have time. Similar concept to Iron Man, money is so much less of a focus. Yeah. Ugh, I felt like I was going to sneeze. So the idea that I have is level a character up, get him in a bunch of good raid gear, and then de-level him and do like a new game 2 point or new game plus video series. But I just don't know if I have the time to do that. I feel like that's like a video series that would be potentially a year or more. So tedious, exactly. I feel like the only way it would really work, and I wouldn't want to ask anybody to do this, is have somebody like power level you up to raid level. But then you also have to get the actual raid gear. Even if you get to the level to raid, you're not guaranteed to get a bunch of drops for a while. So yeah, it would take forever. It would be a cool video series though. Probably wouldn't even notice much of a difference between that gear and just your standard high tier twink set. That's true. That's a very, very good point. Like how much more benefit is it to have that raid gear than to just uh go buy a bunch of good stuff if you had the money for it. The only thing that would be cool is like just kind of the story aspect of it. Like I would make a video intro that's like, what if you leveled the character to 60 and then de-leveled him back to 1. So it'd be like a cool intro to play at the beginning of each stream, but it would be kind of like you said, if you end up stat capped either way, does it really matter? I think the short answer is no. People used to do that on Red. Red is a terrible place. It does kind of remind me of a game that I used to play back in the day called the Kill Everyone Project. And the premise behind the game was that when you clicked a button, um, it killed a person on Earth, and it would count like your kill count on like a leaderboard, and you just sit there and just click this button. People would do it for like hours, and it actually calculated like the birth rate. So like if not enough people were clicking, it theoretically like could continue to go up. And the whole point was like for everybody to get together and click this button enough to where like everyone on Earth died. Kind of dark, but I don't know why I got really invested in it for like 2 weeks one time when I was a teenager and had nothing better to do. It wasn't really a game though. It was just a chat room with a button to click, and the button would move, so you couldn't just like set up an auto clicker. You could now probably with like modern scripting and technology to know where that button is, but back in the day, nobody could really set that up. My buddy's brother was very involved in Red, one of the best rogues on the server. I wonder what all it takes to be like an effective PvP rogue. Did he have a ton of like clicky items that gave him edge in PvP? Melee fighting usually with just a jousting. Yeah, I remember doing that on Red. Ralo Zek. Kind of tedious on your wrists. You're like kind of strafing and jousting at each other. Like you like dance in and out of melee range to try to get hits. I don't know. EQ was never built for PvP, so it was like kind of an addition. So it just doesn't really appeal to me. He has tons of posts immortalized in the Red 99 forums. Terrible PvP game. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just not, it wasn't made for it. It was made entirely around PvE, and then they were like, here's this server, you guys can do with it what you want. Here's the rules. They probably regretted that. They probably had to arbitrate so many arguments and stuff. Remember at one point they had that Discord server, not Discord the app like we know it, but the server was called Discord. Did you guys ever hear about this? I think it was PvP and it was permadeath. Worst classes in the game are actually top tier. What's the top tier PvP? I'm interested to know. Oh, what is this? Well, what do we have here? We can hail this guy. Oh, he's got a pet up now because I didn't immediately nuke him. Yeah, so if you look, you can hail him, and I asked him about green mist, and he said, "Mighty is." It's scrolling. Mighty is the blade wielded by a crusader. I don't remember what else you can ask him. I think it's just because you said you were tired of this place. Oh, and I got rid of the cursed clover. Kind of interesting that he has no prompt text. Like you can ask him questions about things, but there's nothing to lead you to think to ask him those questions. We'll get a little bit of mana so we can just nuke him down because he's gonna like harm touch the pet right away, and he's got his own pet. Watch him despawn. How frustrating would that be? I'd quit. I'd quit EQ forever. You guys would come back to my stream and I'm playing like, I don't know, Hello Kitty. There's the harm touch. Farmville, yeah. I was trying to think of an equally or more lame game. I don't actually need to drain him. I don't want to loot him because I'm like Club Penguin, Habbo Hotel, Neopets. You guys come back and I'm now a Neopet streamer, the only Neopet streamer. Oh, dude, it was Kevin. It was either Kevin or the Cursed Clover. Oh my gosh, we got it. Sorry for the annoying gasps. I did that thing that you shouldn't do. I don't know what to do with these arm plates. Get rid of a rune. Well, folks, I don't have my sound effects set up anymore because it makes my voice, it messes with the voice. But I would play some sound effects, but we got it. That's actually, it's 22 more mana. We camped for 15 hours at least, and we got 22 more mana. But those are best in slot, so it doesn't matter. It's not like, oh, it's 22 more mana. It's like, no, it's best in slot for what I can realistically achieve. Oh my gosh. We're not in down here. What is this place? I think I remember this place. What was this place called again? I don't know how to get out of here. I'm being facetious. Now watch the slow run back to Cabalus. Slow but victorious. Oh. Oh. Whoops. We'll just go around this way. We'll just go invis. If we can ever cast it. I don't know why I doubted. So many hours of down here will drive a man insane. Well, shoot, like, I was gonna go to bed, but now it's like, put on the coffee. Let's go to Uwamp. I think Uwamp will have to be tomorrow, though. So slow. You don't realize how slow you are because you're in that small area and you don't need to run too far. 46%. I got a level. I finished an entire hell level in down near and then got another half a level. I'll never call something like that again in my life. Yeah, I think you should have saved it for something a little bit bigger. Like a presidential election or a World Series, but hey, I'll take it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm super happy. Like, so the gear that we got out of down there so far was the tattered arm wrappings, the tattered tomb shroud, and the tattered leg wrappings. And then we got two pieces off of the Uwamp so far. Whoops, I kind of overshot my there we, oh no, not too bad. We got the bat skull earring, three pieces, the two bat skull earrings and then the bat fang headband. It is all about the pixels. Now I need to go get reintegrated into XR society. I don't. So much has changed. Like I'm not even exaggerating or playing this up. It is a little bit weird for me to be looking at Cabalus right now because I've been down there for so long. Between that and Monsters and Memories, because I went down there during the double XP Thanksgiving weekend. I have finally emerged. I probably smell terrible. I miss Monsters and Memories too. It's so good even now. Those dudes are really onto something. And the thing is, like I trust that dev team, which is something that I very rarely ever say because I think they just absolutely get it. They're not like beholden to a board of investors or whatever business stuff that they have to try to appease, and they know what's gone wrong with MMOs. How cool is it that some of them come into my stream? Yeah, no, it's super awesome. And they comment on my YouTube. The composers subscribe to my YouTube. It is really cool. And they're super chill dudes too. Like uh I think they really care about the community. It's such a small community right now, like you really have to. Yeah, the music is good. It's like very ambient, like DAOC is the way I keep describing it. Although I will say the Telekir music doesn't really match too well for me. I don't think it's a huge deal though. People get you get tired of the music and you turn it off. No offense to the composer, but that's just the way it goes. When you spend thousands of hours in a game, you're not going to listen to the music for thousands of hours. The Arabian vibe, I couldn't really tell what vibe the Telekir was. It was kind of just more like really ambient. I think that's probably why my biggest critique is that the tracks just sound really similar. But admittedly have not listened to the music a whole lot. Like I would put it on during the streams, but then only for a few minutes. Like it wasn't like I was listening to it nonstop. Like I feel like it matches Night Harbor really well. I feel like it matches the Dunes song matches the Dunes. Do I want to give this away? Probably not. Sell that. We're gonna make some money. Those fighting baton will give away. Oh, I thought the Sarnak ceremonial sword was like a 40 plat money weapon. Guess not. I really like the music overall, although the merchant and bank melodies are a downgrade from EQ. I feel like the that's tough shoes to fill though. The merchant song in EQ is just so good and so like nostalgic and iconic. I should be removing all this charisma stuff. I forgot. Just steal it, yeah. Whoops. We got copyright stricken on our game. Oh yeah, I got the sandals too. I think I have the full set. Let's see what's still hitting my charisma. Oh, the worm eaten gloves. I don't think it actually makes that big of a difference, to be honest. The charisma. The Parados I really should hang on to for level 40. But you know what? I bet the exchange rate on those is really good, and I don't want to even worry about the bank slot right now because my bank is so full. Yeah, I've got this robe of the Fochi, which is 4 int, 25 mana. I don't think that's actually worth a few hundred plat on the market, so I'm just gonna hang on to it. And these sleeves I don't need to hold on to. I guess I could give those away. I just don't think I have the bank space to like to hang on to a lot of stuff. Wow, I'm like over 600 plat. I bet that same amount of time in what's my bank look like? It's bad. It's really bad. 3,500 plat though. Yeah, it's like completely full, and some of it I need for other like quests that I've been doing. Buy more research. Do those have? That's true. That would net me 2, 4, what, 8, 16 more slots. It's a little bit of an investment, but you know what? It would basically clear up a bunch. It would clear up a bunch of slots. They weigh 4. Backpacks weigh 3. Yeah, with the amount of money I have, it's like what I'm wondering is how do I get them back? Let's see. Can I buy them in East Cabilis, or do I have to go to West Cabilis? Oh, I can buy them from Banor Reglisson. Where is he at, though? Oh, I can move again. Where is Banor? Wait, this is. Oh, wait, he's in Freeport. I saw East and thought, Free. I thought Cabilis, and then I looked at it again, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I've never heard of this guy. But I mean, there's still a few NPCs that I don't know a lot about. Yeah, it's in the Necro. So you're right. All right, I've got a tactic. I don't want to carry because these medicine bags are actually they're point 0.4, so I don't want to get rid of those. Those are cheap. Swap my normal bags with bank bags and then sell. So what I was thinking is I go over there, like I put everything in a book like this. Yeah, sell the backpacks. That's what I'm thinking. We'll figure it out. It's not like I do logistics for a living, so you guys will watch me probably fumble through this because I don't feel like overthinking it. The medicine bag, honestly, I could just go buy more medicine bags and it'll probably cost like 2 plat or something stupid. Some trivial amount that doesn't justify me trying to like juggle all these bags. That's the idea. And we're gonna bind ourselves at the tower. Yeah, I really shouldn't. You're right. I shouldn't have backpacks. I'm a noob. What am I doing? Is it? It's these are glowlith. Okay. Well, I'm thinking medicine bags on my person, and then I don't know why I hailed him. Okay, let's try to simplify this. So this one here. Let's get rid of the backpacks. And really, like the sewing kit, I don't even actually need, other than it's a giant, which is kind of nice to say, or nice to have. It's polite to say hi. Okay, these are 10 plat a piece. That's not bad. Then we can sell this backpack and take our 5 gold. Buy, buy. So now we got medicine bags. We'll bind here. Then we'll go back. I'm honestly like I'm just kind of floating on cloud nine that camp is finally done. That was really tedious. That was starting to get like to the point where I was like going kind of crazy. In the grand scheme of things, you're right. Like in the context of other grind heavy games, it was nothing. But usually those kind of grinds you save for like the very end of your character progression to where you're like, what else am I gonna do? And for Mr. Best Friend, he's still got 19 levels to go. All most of which are going to be pretty challenging, or at least tedious. So it's kind of like, what else should I be doing, rather than trying to get another 20 mana on my sleeves? But we got it. Kinda heavy. Okay. Now we need to move some stuff over, and we're going to use medicine bags. This has been a long time coming. I've like really needed to do this. I'm just going to destroy these. I don't even care about the 5 gold. Alright, next one. I have so many words. The reason why they're spaced out the way they are is so I can hold down the Alt key and see them. If they're all stacked up next to each other, I wouldn't be able to see the words, like the names of them. Okay, which one are we? We're getting rid of that one. And that one can go there. Thank you for watching me live on Twitch while I organize my bank. Only the premier MMO content here on the MMocracy. Okay, I have one more book to replace. Would be kind of rude to tell you to organize your bank and then leave. It's all part of the process. Let's see. This one here is empty. Okay. Now we can close all this. Put gate up on here. And throw a lure up on there so I can start getting some mana back while I'm doing this. Watch, I bound in like a really weird spot and there's a bug and I death loop. And just have to watch it happen. Like I take 999 fall damage every time I gate or die. Alright. Book, book, book. Probably a more efficient way to do this. It's 3 books at a time and it's going to take several trips. Oh. Trying to think how, like, so I need the medicine bags. So the end state is 1 sewing kit, 1 book, 6 medicine bags. Do the squat. That was really oddly synchronized with the music I was listening to. Can't wait to get that dagger out of down there too. Once I have the dagger out of down there and the shield out of Kesora, I'm gonna look so awesome. Okay. Next, let's see. Okay, maybe I need to clear out clear out this medicine bag. So, let's ditch some words here. Words of seizure. I should alphabetize my words too. That's what we're gonna do next. Let's do that right now. That'll make this next part go a lot faster. So, I'm envisioning a set of 3 books There's a third book. And we need to start alphabetizing. Words of collection. We have a C and a D. Do I have anything that starts with A? Feel free to leave whenever you guys want to, because this is like stupid. You're gonna watch me alphabetize words. I have nothing that starts with A or B. So words of collection, words of dark paths. Derivation, that's DE. ADE. Discernment is DI. Oh, we had a words of absorption. Boom, 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 boom. Go there. Rupturing is going to come later. Session is going to come later. Motion is going to. Yeah, we have words of Kazakh Thule. I have a bunch of those. Where are they? Right there. I have 11 of those words of Kazakh Thule. Words of absorption. Attachment. That's a DET. Singing the song in my head right now. Do I have any more words of detachment? Let's see any. I have detention. You probably don't need all those words. I don't. I think it's at this point it's like I'm a hoarder and I can't let go of them. You know, whenever like they go to hoarder houses and they're like, "Hey, you can get rid of this stuff," and they're like, "No, no, I can't." Words of dissolution. Words of cloudburst. It's a CL. Boom, 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 boom. No, that hold shoe is important. Yeah, I need this. What if I need to make a research a level 16 pet? What are you talking about? Okay, do I have any more D words? Dissemination. I think that's the last of the D's. Now we're on to E's. We have endurance. We have enlightenment. Start making like a nice clean slate here in this book. This is so sad. Eventide. Okay, I think we're on to Eventide. Ooh, efficacy came in and efficacied it all up for me. That one's an EF. D, E, F, E, N, N, E, V. But now I know where to put them as soon as I get them. Words of Dimension. I think the Words of Dimension are not even one. I think that's a mage. Yeah, that's a mage one. Boo, mage words. Get out of here. We don't need you. Okay, so we're at EV. So now, is there any Fs? Fs or Gs? I don't think there's any Gs. I guess well, is there a list? No, the list doesn't go in alphabetical. Yeah. I think we're on to H's, which is your words of hauntings. Those are good ones. Those are good words. I can't get rid of those words, Kevin. They're very good. Gotta be more H's. Quivering. Ooh, I have 2 quiverings here. Words of allure? Oh no, that's a A. That messes everything up. Now I have to do this. Boom, 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 boom. One misclick is gonna jack it all up. Get there. Oh no, I messed it up. Enlightenment, endurance, haunting. Okay, E, F, G, H, I. I think there's words of imitation somewhere. Right there. Words of imitation. Words of incorporeal. J, K, L. I don't think there's any L's. Now I'm on to M's, which would be your words of motion. Oh, no, wait. Misbreath would go next. Got those. We got to move these guys up. Oh, I've run out of room in there. Okay, so I'm on to misbreath, then motion. On some extra misbreaths here. Can't forget those. Discernments. This is so much easier now that I have it set up, though. Okay, there's a motion. Another motion. I just have like extra words. That's the thing when it's not organized. I've got multiples sitting and occupying more slots than they need to. All right, now I'm on to ends. Should be your neglects. Are there any other ends? Can I buy a vowel? Give me an I. Bad joke, sorry. Okay, LMNOP, words of possession. I've got so many. The S's are going to be huge. Q's and S's. There's purification. That's a PU. I think that's it. Oh, parasitism just messed it all up. It's a PA. All right, now we're on to R's. Radiance seems pretty promising for that first R. Let's see. Recluse. On another radiance. Oh, reviviscence. Can't forget reviviscence. And then rupturing. Can't forget rupturing. Oh no, we need to go. Let's see. We have made a new backpack. So we need to locate this backpack in the stack. Oh, we got it first try, just like the sleeves. Okay, now we can move another book over. Let's see. We've got them set up alphabetically. We can almost do like left to right alphabetically. This. This is so sad. This is what my life has become. Boo Pepe Le Pew. We have two more books we can. Oh wait, we need to clear out a bag to. Okay, so now we can put all this in this book for now. Do I need this? What is this? Drakling silk? I don't think I need that. Actually, let me make sure I don't need that. I have no idea what it's for. It's literally just like a forged junk item that you don't even have a use for in P99. And I'm holding on to it for no reason. I'm such a hoarder. Okay. So we've got one backpack. This one. Now we can put this book over here. Gotta make them all even because I'm OCD. We need three more. Wait, two more books. Before we full commit to that, let's do this. Guy can go. Guy can go over here. All right, we only need two more books. Now we gate. Look at all these windows. Oh my gosh. These are Glowlith. Oh, you gotta hail him, right? Otherwise, he won't sell you the book because he gets his feelings hurt. One, two of those, and then we're gonna put a medicine pouches once we finish this. And then we'll have alphabetized words and actual semblance of order in our bank. Because that bank was like, I'm not gonna lie, that opening that bank was something. It's like that room that you never open because you don't want to look at it. Or like when you walk by your kid's room and you're just like, I'm just gonna shut this door because I just don't even want to see it. That's how my bank was. I love that it popped me in and dropped me right in the water too. I love when that happens. I could be doing anything on this game right now and be happy though that I got those sleeves. That's such a huge win. Never use that plank. Well, it's not the plank, it's just the fact that you zone in. When you zone in from west cab to east cab, it'll sometimes put you right next to the water and then you fall, like, kind of fall off the side before you even move. Oh, you zone on that plank? No, I was on the ledge next to that rock that you like have to go around. At least I think so. No, yeah, I never used. I know what the plank you're talking about. That kind of crosses. It's such a poor placement. It crosses the zone line on the middle of the plank. I never use that thing. Because of that. Because it doesn't really know where to put you, and then you automatically fall in the water. Another one of those classic like what were they thinking type things. All right, now we can go back to alphabetizing. Actually, I'm gonna go alphabetize a break real quick. Alright, I'm back. That was very much necessary. Let's see. So now we are alphabetized up to RU. Oh, I found a P. This one is Psyche, PS, so right there. Those are S's. T's. Uh-oh, I found an O. Luckily now it's a lot easier to do this. QR. Oh, I found a. Wait, I think I have already the Q's. Nope. Alphabet fail. QRARE. Swapped. Okay. Now I think I just have S's and T's and we're done. Seizure. That's SEI. Now we have sentient Asia. Sentient Visa. And we have SP. Spirit. Words of spirit. Words of suffering. Then transcendence. We have. Oh, wait. I forgot about these guys. Ah, they messed it all up. Recluse and refuge. I think those might already be over there. Radiance, recluse. We have recluse in there. It's right there. And refuge just needs to slot in right here. That's amazing. This is the biggest feat I have ever done on Mr. Best Friend. That looks so good. Now we just clear out backpacks. There's my Guys of the Deceiver right there. No, you can't see it. Just kidding. It's a Forsaken Pariah mask. Okay, we cleared out one backpack. We can destroy it. This guy in its place. Move this stuff over. Now we have a more or less organized bank. Thank you for the tip, by the way, Kevin, for the 10 slots. I didn't even realize these were 10 slots. Shows how much attention I'm really paying. And then the rest of these I don't need to have like in any sort of special order or arrangement. I guess I could make one for like stuff to give away to monks. I could order the rest of them for like quests. But I don't really feel like doing that right now. Way nicer for the bank if you have the plat. And I definitely have the plat. It was like you said, it was like 80 plat or so. Now we just need to go buy some medicine bags. That shouldn't cost too much. I'll bring 10 plat. Actually, I don't want to get out there and realize it's like, I'll bring 20 plat. Actually, let me see. I may not even have to run out to Field of Bone. Are they sold in Cabalus, the medicine bags? Smithy, Egan, and Smithy Quag. They're down by the Warrior Guild. I was thinking that the island would have them, but I didn't see anything on the wiki, and I'm gonna forego like checking every. Honestly, the where I would expect to see him is right here, with like Rastok. But she sells backpacks. It was just kind of silly that I was like, I've played this game as long as I have, and have always run around with backpacks and not medicine bags. And that just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we'll have one sewing kit, one book, and 6 medicine bags. I was lucky to learn this game from some very good players. Yeah, it's like one of those things where if you're paying attention, it's obviously really simple. Wait a minute. Where is this guy? Oh, he's inside the warrior guild. I truthfully cannot remember the last time I went into this place. It's probably been 22, 23 years since I've gone in here. There we go. This guy's got it. Medicine bags. 1, 2, 3. And we're done. We now have all the bags we need. So when I started during COVID, they drilled me. Yeah. That's the other thing is if you start later, just the wealth of knowledge that's on this one private server is insane versus back in the day, everybody was kind of like just figuring it out, and you had a lot more casual type players who were never really going to care whether they were carrying medicine bags or backpacks. So they were like, sorry about that, it was probably loud. They were kind of oblivious to a lot of stuff. And now we've taken like the most experienced and hardcore people and distilled them all down to like 2 boxes. Arguably 3 if you count red, but that place is a hellhole, so we don't talk about red. My one friend has 800k plat. My goodness. What do you do with all that plat? That's nuts. How did he make it all is the other question. Nicely organized. I have a feeling we're going to need one more. He's going to buy a dumbass helmet. I didn't know there was a helmet that was worth that much. I didn't know there was any items worth that much. Pretty intense. He's super aggro, like almost embarrassingly. Are you talking like he's so into this game that it like is embarrassing? If he wants a camp, he gets it. Oh, so he just like badgers his way into camps. That's kind of not good. Okay, we need to go visit Clock Sweetsy. He will have milk for us. 1, 2. Then she also has biscuits. Where are they? Aren't they biscuits? Maybe it's not her that sells them. Interesting. There's a bunch of jewelry here. None of it has int. Huh. Is that stuff always there, or am I just, I don't think any of it's really any good for me. Like, the rings give agility. He's the incredible monk, not afraid to lawyer quest. He's the reason we were able to level so effectively on green. That's pretty cool. He's a legendary, huh? What's his name? What does he go by? I was kind of hoping some of this jewelry would be useful because I don't have good rings. But I only see the ones that give agility +3. I don't really think that's gonna be Guido. That's funny. What are we wearing for a neck? Oh, the skull of torture. We're not gonna get rid of that. White dragon helm. 850,000. 10 strength, 15 dex, 12 stamina, 100 HP, 50 mana. That's very good. Race all, class all. Tons of resists. And a worn effect of endure magic, which is magic resist. Wow. So, what is it? Just the stats? Not worth it. It's so rare. It's one of those trophy items that you're like, look what I've got. It's like the item in Diablo 2 Median XL that just says I'm rich, and it serves no other purpose, and it costs like a ton of high runes to get. Yeah, worn effects are nice. Okay, I don't know what rings I'm going for. I mean, I could grab some +3 or at least one +3 save cold ring here. Just have something. Let me see what's on the wiki real quick. One that drops in Carners, but I bet that looks like it's gonna be hard to get. Oh wait, Skeletal Berserker. He's level 48. City of Mist has got a ring, so like probably couldn't hurt to grab this. Just to have it. 9 plat. Like I have any other rings. We'll buy it. Somebody did some like jewelry crafting in here and oh whatever, we got 3 more cold resist. It's good for the Ixar who's lower on cold resist than anything else. For natural reasons. There are always kind of crappy rings on that merch. Yeah, there's nothing like to write home about, but yeah, whatever. It looks cooler than that dinky copper band. And do I need to buy food? I mean, I'm down to, yeah, I'm gonna buy food just to have it. I just can't remember the food. There's like a cheap, is it muffins? Yeah, muffins and milk. Does Sweetie sell the muffins and I just missed it? One is near the Necro Tower. Oh. Guess we'll go back there. So we're stocked up for the next camp. Canines can go in the bank. We don't really need the lantern, but it like hurts me to get rid of it. I used to joke that that lantern was my best piece of gear, because it actually was. Many a night running through Lake of Illumin with only that lantern to guide me. And a lot of KOS mobs between me and my not my corpse, because it would have been on my corpse, but Muffin, West Cab. The name of the mob is Libar. Might as well check some vendors. Never know what you're gonna get lucky. Oh, there's Libar. Muffin. Cheap food. 1 gold a pop for a whole stack. Oh, I can't get up there. That's actually not sand. I think that's granite. The What interesting outfit. These are 1999 outfits. Just got a parkour off a roof. Of course you would know that. Words of the Suffering. I have a bunch of those already. Let me see what they're for though, in case I need. I can always get more words. That's for Invoke Shadow. Nothing. What's up, Killari? Welcome to the stream. I'm actually about to head off for the night. We got what we needed. After many long hours of camping the Spectral Crusader, he finally gave up his sleeves. But now I'm like, probably check for words. I don't have a lot of plaid on me though, so it's like one of those things where I might have to go back to the bank. Words of collection. That's a mage word. That guy's never got any. No one ever vendors at the mortician. Got lost in music on YouTube. Anything good? Let's see. Am Kevin says you like jumping to places you shouldn't be. I tried to get up that tower in Monsters and Memories. Oh yeah, you watched. I think you were there. That was pretty fun. I think that was a good way to end the stream. It looks like they spawned a dragon at the end of the playtest, but I was so burnt uh, that I was like ready to get off by that point. Did you see the ladder shimmy? That was a seminal moment. That's actually captured on my recap video. Larry, if you haven't watched the recap video, I put a lot of work into that. There was a huge ancient serpent the first day on East. Interesting. Nothing here. Yeah, I showed us just a real quick clip of us shimmying up the ladder And I really like the sequence that I did of all the like good shots, the good views. Pantheon test is tomorrow. I wish them well. My MMO plans are solidified for the next probably year. Off stream, I really want to finish Fallout New Vegas. Then I need to kill that dang Ender Dragon in Minecraft. I always build a survival world up to the point where I can feasibly do it, and then I quit. I need to like actually commit to it. No good words out here. Did I check these guys? I'm getting really tired. I gotta check these guys. Happy you like Eminem. Kind of surprised you didn't know about it before that first playtest. So I was in a little bit of a gaming like I was a gaming hermit. I was playing Diablo 2 for most of the year offline and just solo self found grinding like Diablo 2 like it was my job. And didn't learn about really and wasn't really paying attention to anything else that was going on gaming wise until I started streaming again in like September. Then you guys were like, you need to check this out. Yeah, I was like on my own doing my own thing for pretty much the whole year. That was all I played. I leveled a character to 60 on a private server called Turtle WoW, like a World of Warcraft vanilla server, and then got kind of bored with that, and then moved on to Diablo 3, which only took about a month maybe of doing like greater rifts or whatever, and then I was done with that. And then I went on to Diablo 2 and was doing a lot of Diablo 2 until I started streaming. But I like gave myself arthritis with Diablo 2. It was bad. My wrist, like if I pulled something like this, my wrist would just let go, and I was like, okay. I don't know if it was arthritis or what, but nerve pain. And then I had to give up Diablo 2 because it was just not working for me. And to this day, like I don't know if it's just reflexive, like my brain automatically associates Diablo 2 with pain, but when I load up Diablo 2, like I can play it for 5 minutes before I'm like, okay, I need to stop. It's all the button presses for the teleporting, I think. MMOs are a lot easier on my wrist. Yeah, it's like carpal tunnel or something. Words of the element. That sounds like mage words. Yep, definitely mage words. All right, I don't feel like going down into the bottom, so the hero shot. Oh, you can't really get a good hero shot with the camera angles they give you. Still a cool shot. Cool. I want to thank you guys for watching. Really glad I got the sleeps tonight. Tomorrow, at some point, I'll stream and I'll be heading out to the Great Uwamp. Because now I can take off my goals list. We'll go ahead and take Robe of Dalnir off there. Just need to get the face from Uwamp, and then we can start doing Kesora and power through to probably 49 in Kesora or somewhere thereabouts. So if you guys enjoy the project and you haven't followed yet, drop me a follow if you'd like, please. If not, no worries. And then YouTube, if you want to check out my YouTube as well, there's a lot of great stuff on there about Monsters and Memories, as well as archives of my old streams. But I want to thank you all for being here for through the whole stream and watching the grind and supporting me and finally getting that goal done. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate your viewerships. I 100% could not do this without the support of the viewers. So thank you guys. And